Call the meeting to order at 10:03.
10:04.
10:04 now? Okay. And agenda additions and approval. Councilor Grover.
I was wondering if I could change my, the in-camera thing to, because I gotta be there for it, to 1 o'clock, yes?
We have some bylaw things for 1 o'clock and then
Okay,
the in-camera session at the end of the day.
because I got an appointment at 4:30.
Okay, well,
Well, that's good.
we better be over by 4:30. Okay, and there's an addition to in-camera. It's, there's a code of conduct issue. So we'll put that as 14.2.
We put that under section 19 of the FOIP Act.
Under section 19? Okay. 19 of the FOIP Act. Thank you. Any other additions?
Mr. Chairman, actually, if we could just do a quick legal update as well.
That would be like under, should that be 14.2 then?
Yeah, it can be before the other items.
Yeah, I'll do, okay.
Does that need to be in camera at all?
It does, yes.
Okay, so we'll put it in camera.
We'll do the legal update right after the oil and gas purchase assets and then follow in with, we'll call the other 14.3. Any other additions?
I'll give you a motion to move it with addition. Chairman?
Calling the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay, minute approval for the regular council meeting minutes, June 12th. We don't have our cal meeting minutes or anything.
So, Mr. Chairman, we didn't have our regular minutes meeting. I can't find them anyways in our sync, so I think we'll have to table that till next meeting.
Okay.
So if we could make sure that we get those, because I'll be honest, I don't necessarily read them right away, but I do think that they probably could be put out a little sooner. And I think this has been a couple of times they've been last minute. I'd like to read them early.
We can table those for sure.
Yeah, and can we make sure they get put on them?
So that would be the August meeting?
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we table those for distribution until August.
One question, all in favor? Did you have a question, Paul?
No.
Okay. Okay, and then the next step, it's 8 months is up again. It would be appointment of Deputy Reeve. Councillor Justin Stevens as of July 1st, 2024 as Deputy Reeve.
Back up a little bit so the county signs where it is. Go forward, back up.
I,
Justin Stevens, solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability exercise the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Deputy Reeve for the County of Stettler, number 6.
Councillor Nyberg, for the last 8 months.
Oh, yes. It's been an absolute pleasure.
There are no public hearings. Our one delegation will be introduction of the County of Stettler Rural Fire Chief, and that'll be at 11:45. So requests for information is where we'll move to 7.1, ditch mowing policy, Councillor Nyberg.
So, Mr. Chairman, I had a ratepayer that was concerned about he'd written in or phoned in or requested that we don't mow the ditch in front of his place because he wanted to hay it. I did a little bit of background on it. I just wanted to make sure that we all were under the same idea instead of just having one counselor know what's going on. I'd like to make sure everybody is aware. Yvette and I talked about this. It's one of those ones where I have a little bit of different maybe opinion than most. I think it is our ditch and we determine when and how we deal with it. I think the ditches need to be mowed for a number of reasons. Weed control, it needs to be dealt with at a timely basis, and it needs to be dealt with on a animal and just generally road maintenance basis. The individual that I was talking to did agree with me on that. He has no problems with that. But he said he wanted to definitely take care of the ditch. And I'm fine with that. In the discussion that him and I had, we spoke about the fact that the problem the county has is that landowner A is responsible and takes care of it and mows his ditch and or cuts it for hay. Landowner B does not. So in this conversation I had with this individual, there was suggestion was brought up that maybe there should be some sort of deposit or some sort of fee occurred with it that you get back if you don't mow it or do it in a timely fashion. So I said I would bring it to council, have the discussion around it and see where council would like to go with that. I just said to him, it makes 0 sense for us to go back, travel, multiple miles, could be many, many miles just to mow, 100 feet of, or quarter mile of ditch or whatever it is for one individual. And I said, that's a very high expense to the county ratepayers. So, and he agreed with me on that 100%. So like I said, that was the discussion. I said that I would bring it here. So I'm just seeing what the flavor is for council, what their thoughts are, and administration. What kind of headache does that bring along with it? And I understand that it does.
I just have one more question to add to that. Is there a typical start date that we start to mow? And that might be difficult, but if there is, then we could tell people if it was cut by a certain date and taken care of.
So I'll more specifically, of course, obviously when we start is variable, but the policy says that if you want to hay the ditches, you have to request it by June 15th. And it has to be done by September 1st is the current policy.
So this individual did get it back to us. There's been some concerns about spraying and stuff, and that we've solved that problem, but then he wants to hay the ditch as well. So I don't know. My concern is what happens if they don't do it after September, and then we're
We go in and do it.
Yeah, right. But I mean, it's an added expense, right?
Yeah. So I have signed several of them, and Kara can probably speak to it better than I can. So I have signed several of them. If they give us enough notice and get it in by June 15th, because mowers started, I think about the third or fourth week in June. And we do have the grader motor on, and this is the one I think that did it in front of his place. So if we get them in time, then I guess we only get 2 or 3 of them a year. We could
Was
probably.
this one done?
It was mowed, we did mow it right. 'cause he did-
I know it was mowed, but what's the sign?
There was a signed agreement.
Okay, so
And it was, the agreements specified that the county reserves the right to
Usually my
maintain.
carrier, just not close. Thanks. So the agreement does specify that the county reserves the right to maintain the road slopes and that anybody wanting to hay the remainder are certainly able to do that. There is a little bit of, they have to request permission from the county and they have to have a written statement from the adjacent landowners as well. So the priority is to the adjacent landowners. And then if that immediately adjacent landowner doesn't want to hay the ditches, then it is become open to everybody.
But we still do the first pass.
But we still do the first pass. And
no
then-
matter whether they sign an agreement or not?
Yes, if the agreement
Okay,
is
so-
signed, it specifies that the county still maintains that road slope and then the applicant gets the remainder.
And I will comment that we're getting a pile of complaints that are starting to come in because grass is high and the deer are just, you can't see them.
No, and you know my opinion on this. I personally think that the ditches are the county's to maintain and deal with. If there's anything, trees or anything else that's in there that need to be removed, it's our decision to remove that and nobody else's. Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if is there something better that maybe we're not communicating well enough? Because this gentleman did not feel that he understood that well enough. Now, and I'm not saying that's anyone's fault. I don't think it's our fault or his fault. Just that there needs to be.
That the haying and plus, and Alberta Transportation advertises for it also, plus the spraying exemption. It's on our website every year.
Yeah, no, he signed it, he did that, but I think he just assumed by signing it, he would have the entire ditch. So, I don't know, I just, like I said, I told him I'd bring it forward. There's some discussion.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just wondering, have there been many cases in the past where people request to have haying of the ditches and then don't do it? Or there is been that happens that way? Okay.
One of the other problems we have too is, especially along the secondary highways, because you don't get the dust and stuff in the hay that you do on the gravel roads, and guys will you almost have a argument. Well, I've been haying this for years, and it's adjacent landowner, and then somebody new has moved into the area, and they want to hay it, and so sometimes it's just easier to go out and knock the first round down so that you can see the deer and go from there. One of our other big problems we have with this is people will hay it, and they'll leave the bales on the side of the road. And they'll leave them there till November, December, and then guess where the deer are? And then it runs out in the middle of the road and whack, and they're phoning us.
Sounds like you hit a few.
Yeah.
Counselor Stevens? Counselor Grover?
The suggestion to have a security or deposit to discourage people from not actually following through and haying is fine in principle. I do have a concern that the bureaucracy and staff time
Outweighs it, man.
outweighs the cost. And I would hate to create another problem by trying to solve one.
So I agree with you. It was just suggestions.
Counselor Grover?
And the liability if they pull out an approach, because there is some brome grass 5 feet tall now. Pull out and get hit. And we went by and we left a piece where the approach was, where it was going to put up hay. I don't know about that. And that ditch hay is usually fairly expensive before you get done. That's all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with going ahead. And usually our grader is only 7 foot wide, so he's not going to go out very deep into the ditch. So he's just getting rid of that top, and it's very tough to get that hay that's going up on the top. I know Alberta Transportation, because my neighbor went through that rigmarole. Their date is from July 15th to August 15th, and you have to have the bales off of the ditch by, and it's got a setback. You got to put them so far away from the shoulder of the road. But they also have the chemical thing in there. If they're going to spray it, like, you're going to lose it. And if we cut the ditches before you get to it, that's they reserve that right.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think where this is at is I'm cool with it. I understand where council's coming from. I just wanted to make sure that was the case. Like I said, all of us should be informed when we're dealing with this. I will reach back to this gentleman, explain to him what the situation is and what the feeling of. And then also, if we could, maybe in pink highlight or put on there that it's a good chance we will still mow the first 6 or 7 feet of the road just because we need to maintain the road. I don't know if you want to, that's just an administration deal, nothing to do with council. So does that sound like a fair assessment for everybody? Administration, yeah? Okay.
Sometimes on a paved road, that's probably your best pass for if somebody's haying it, is that strip right along the edge of the highway. And Department of Highways has that triple mower. So they take, it's a pretty wide spot. The one thing I would say about that though is let's not model ourselves on how those bales get taken off, because there were some on Highway 12 into the snow last year. And you think about the deer, but then you also think about that big lump in the ditch. If anybody ever does go into the ditch on icy road, where you're going to hit something. So it's if what we're doing is this, it's nice, with feed situations and everything, if people can get every piece that they can get, but they have to understand that we are, from a liability basis with the tall grass to the point of spraying weeds, that it is up to us to maintain those ditches. I think.
And on the gravel roads, honestly, there's, I think Mr. Grover said it well, it can become very expensive to do the haying in the ditch sometimes.
Pavement, it can be very expensive too.
Yeah. Not that any accident guys would ever throw the remainder of the crop into the ditch, but.
From a communication basis, Nikki, I think we put that out in past county connections, have we not? Wait,
Yes, we do, but we can definitely do reminder.
And it wasn't communication. He knew, he signed it, he had it in that wasn't the deal. It's just that first 5 feet, 7 feet, whatever it is, that he was kind of expecting to do, so. But I think if we're clear about it and that's the way we are, I'm cool with it.
if they aren't to it by that point and they cut it and bail it and remove the bales right away, there's no issue with it, is there?
No. But he said he wanted to wait because he doesn't usually cut his hay till after the stampede. So that's his kind of time, I guess.
MP's over on Sunday.
What's that?
MP's over on Sunday.
We cut it 2 weeks ago, so.
This year with the rain, it did.
Yeah, it needed it. Like I said, I am 100% behind that. Staff did, they're just too exemplary.
So that's just a clarity point, Councillor Stillberg.
I was just gonna move the discussion on mowing to be received for information.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. 7.2, sale of county land, Councillor Nyberg again.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, this came up in our discussions around, we had an offer for a purchase of a lot in one of our Indiana this time. Where you've had this issue go forward, this is definitely a red tape reduction situation, and I think it behooves us to somehow solve this problem, because this wasn't, previously, I don't think we ever had a problem, but it came to our attention that any decision council can make can be petitioned, and that petition has to wait 60 days. I think we need to get a legal opinion on this, and I hate doing that because it costs us money, but I think we need to figure out what the situation is, truly figure out what the situation is, and then go forward, and then somehow we either need to write a resolution to have this changed, because everybody tells us the county needs to be run more like a business. If you told somebody that I'll sell you something, but you have to wait 2 weeks plus 60 days, and then I'll sell it to you, you're going to be really hard pressed to make a lot of deals. So, staff?
Hear me, like Ken on this one. So as far as our current practice goes, it is modeled after our legal advice. So we have sought the legal advice on
Can
that.
you send that out to me again? I kind of got the idea that we'd sent it was a over-the-counter legal advice. It wasn't
No,
actually.
it was Reynolds Mirth, and we got
Written up? So if it's written up, I'd like to see it, because I just could not find it in anything.
Yeah, so it is because it's an advertisable resolution. Any advertised resolution excluding certain parts of the act is subject to petition, just the same as many bylaws are. And so that's why we have to wait the 60 days, because you can't vote on a motion until it has exceeded that time frame and the petition period is elapsed. And then the other challenge with this one, even with going for the advocacy piece, is the clause is intended to prevent municipalities from inappropriately disposing of land lower than market value. You know, I'll compare it to your business analogy in that a business doesn't often sell something for less than it's worth, right? And that's what this clause is designed to protect. So I would imagine it would actually be a fairly challenging advocacy piece and may not even pass at the RMD table.
No. And Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. The only thing is then we need to figure out a different way of doing it. So if we did a bulk advertising of all our properties below market value, so let's say that I'm just going to take the Botha lots. So how many do we have? 10 or 11 there, 15, whatever it is. If we just said, okay, we are advertising for 60 days that we are selling these below market value, does that give us the ability to satisfy the act as far as a petitionable system? That's what I'd really like the lawyers to figure out, because honestly, we are struggling to sell this stuff. And if it becomes that problem, I'd love to have the problem that it was market value. I have a different opinion about market value. We have sold a number of lots at a considerable less. And when we went through the course, market value becomes what is the purchase price on any given between two willing buyers and sellers. That's market value. So
I'm thinking we addressed that in the legal advice, but if we didn't, we'll get her to do something on it. Yes, I get it that everybody wants municipalities to run like businesses, but we have to protect the public interest. And that is one way that we do that. And market value can change significantly from year to year. Like, look at this year, how much market value went up because there is no housing available. The other issue is when we buy things, right? Like when we purchased the fire hall in Big Valley, we had to advertise that so that the residents of Big Valley knew that we were purchasing that lot and that they would no longer get taxes from it. So we are protecting the public interest, and especially when a lot of these land sales are tax recovery, and we have an obligation to try and get the best price for the people that may end up with the proceeds from the sale.
So can I ask a question? If we auction them, does that, then if it went to auction,
Yeah.
that would be a deal?
Well, no, because we go to auction, we have to set a rate, a price, right? And it has basically usually based on the assessed value. So we go to auction, if they don't sell for that, then we make the decision whether we take them over or we don't. Then what we usually do is we will tender them for bids. And usually the highest bid gets them, and that sets the market value. If it's ridiculous, like if somebody comes in at $1, right? We would then have to advertise that to protect anybody that's out there that may be looking to get the proceeds from the sale.
And if I can clarify on that just for a minute. So there is a big difference between tax recovery properties and just simple ownership properties. Tax recovery properties have a bunch of requirements. And if we sell for market value, we could end up having to pay that out of our pocket to the person we recovered the land from. So we would never advise selling below market value on a tax recovery. But for something that we developed like Erskine or Rotha, or have just used as a municipal property in the past and now wanted to dispose of, that's where the auction can get a little bit better. It's like when we had a mortgage on properties up in the subdivision and we sold them off, there was no advertisement necessary because an auction does present a very good argument for market value, and so does the tendering process. So it's really what the problem is I didn't like the price that the county set, whether that's 20,000 or 500, and I'm coming in with a lower offer. We've always set our prices based on what we believe is a reasonable market value. So to advertise generically, we're going to sell all our lots for below market value wouldn't be useful. You would have to set the price. But at that point, yeah, sure, you've advertised, you've given the public access to it, you've given the public the opportunity to challenge council on it. But you need to have the specifics advertised. So you would need to say, we're advertising to sell these for $500 a lot.
That's what I'm thinking.
That would probably be doable.
So every time we set that price, we advertise, and then it's okay. I'd like legal on that though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly. You need to have a legal, pretty well on everything today, but if you put them down way too low, somebody comes in, buys them, they build on one, and it's a developer and he just sets on them, that doesn't do our economy, our bottom dollar any good. And then you depopulating the young people, they don't have a place to buy a trailer, or buy
The only good thing about that is
build something on it.
if we sell the lots to a developer, he has to pay taxes on them. And it'd be
Yeah, but what,
bare land taxes, but a lot is going to be worth more than, say, a bare quarter of land for taxes.
but, well, okay, in Botha, Alberta, if a developer come in and we sold them to him for $4,000, $5,000 a lot. And he waits and he sells them for 50, 60. But why, okay, he paid 5,000 for 10 lots. What's the taxes on that? Not, there isn't much.
Or he-
On 10, make it even. And how much, and there's nothing on them. What would you have to pay?
Well, just an estimate, probably 300 to 350, and that includes all your requisitions.
$3,000 plus he's got water and sewer.
No, 350
That's a pretty sweet deal.
dollars, like, yeah, pretty cheap,
I thought we had a minimum tax up for lot.
$50.
Yeah, so it'd be $500 right out of the gate.
So that's the only benefit to us is if a developer comes in, then we do at least start getting taxes. They could be just bare land taxes, but still, it's money. Yeah.
$350 and that's what water is.
And that's just an estimate, but, just based on our mill rate.
But
I think I know what I'm gonna do
Maintaining it.
at North Border.
I know, but we're not maintaining it either.
I'm just on that, like you look though, you brought up Both, and we've got Both and Erskine that have the developed,
And Indiana.
well, no, but the developed areas in them.
Yang's developed. Sewer and pavement, come on.
Sit here and
Sell this.
talk to Gatsby though too.
Yeah.
And like you've got these lots that vacant lots do come up, and a lot of times it is for the neighboring property to buy that lot. So when you look at your value of the lots, like what is, if it's a single lot, only a single lot sitting there, and a lot of them are those small lots, do we have to look at what our market value or our minimum value is on them to put it to more reasonable level? Because like you hear certain numbers, and that's what those lots have kind of sold for forever. And I think they'll probably continue to sell for it if they're that single narrow lot. Because one of the adjacent properties is the one that's going to buy you. You can't even, probably with setbacks, you couldn't even set anything in there now, in some cases. So I do think from a red tape basis, that part could be eased up. Maybe if there's something we could do yearly on these properties to almost set what the value was the year before and advertise it. Is that an option? Like, is that an option?
Every spring we auction.
At an auction, then you have such things at that point. But if you have no bid on anything, what is your?
Well, I mean, that does align with our procedure for Both and Erskine. And that could absolutely be extended, and we'll see confirmation from legal, but I'm relatively confident that would satisfy our requirements. You're setting a price, advertising that price to the public, and then accepting purchases at that price, subject to the conditions you advertised. That's a fair market competitive deal that everybody had an opportunity to look at. People had an opportunity to even just petition the price list by saying, hey, you guys are crazy. You shouldn't be getting rid of any land, whatever they want to say. But it's a fair process that respects the public interest.
What if we took the other route? And I mean, the last lot that we sold, for example, we have heard nothing back from anyone. And yes, they hypothetically could petition it. But this lot in Endiang had been in our possession for years. There had been zero interest for years. It wasn't a recent back tax. It wasn't there was no stigma. There was no other private interest that we were going to be compensating from this fund. What if we're 99.9% certain that no one is ever going to petition
I see where you're going. You're gonna ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
What would happen in that scenario?
I'm sure that the lot in Indiana is a tax recovery property because most of them are, and especially in villages that have been, or hamlets that have been established for some time. We have 15 years that we have to hold money in trust for anyone to come back. And the minute that someone shows any interest in that lot whatsoever, the MGA kicks in and we have to protect the public interest. It could be his great grandson's uncle's brother that comes back and decides he wants the proceeds from the sale of that lot. And we have to then be able to prove to him that we sold that lot for the best amount of money that we could get. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the difference between business and municipalities.
No, I think it warrants a discussion because, I mean, we do spend, unfortunately, a lot of time. It's a lot of staff time because when we advertise, that all takes time. And when you're selling something, especially those lots, a lot of it's fishing. We get a bite and then we tell them that it's going to take them 3 months to get it. They're like, yeah, they're now off the hook. They're going to someone else and picking up those lots. So, Mr. Chairman, can we we'll table this or not table, we'll receive for information with instruction to have administration bring back a legal, you can just send it, email it out to council, or bring it back to the next.
And that existing legal, and then if there's any clarity. we need on that.
Yeah, that's just so that we,
It really, I understand where both sides of it are, but it does probably lose us a lot of where those lots, if anything, would be maybe beautified or existing right now, probably the same people, other than having a shed or something on, it, probably cutting it if it's right adjacent as part of, adjacent to their yard, so to try and maintain it to, so it meets the, whatever spec they have in their own property. Okay, any other comments, questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one more motion that we instruct administration to look back, or to look at doing some sort of auction or tender at the spring of 2025. Bring back some information to look at doing an auction or a tender for our lots. Not all of them, but maybe some of them we'll try and get some activity on these, so.
That's in Erskine-Botha or all the,
I think all of them. I think Indiang should be included. How many lots we got in Indiang now? 4 to 5?
yeah, County Stettler's the largest land.
Yeah, if I could suggest that that be lots that are not tax forfeitures only. Everything.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
That,
I trust administration to look after our best interest, yeah.
and I would probably suggest March, as that's when we typically bring back Botha and Erskine's price annually, because we have been setting those. So it would be.
When we bring it back, then bring back an option to tender some of them or to auction some of them. And I'm not sure, like, I don't want them to be fire sale, but I don't think that, maybe that's an opportunity to gain some interest around them too. Typically spring is when people look to. That's a good time.
You're fine with that motion? Okay. Take all the question, all in favor?
You missed me, didn't you, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, sure did.
Hey, 7.3, tax and assessment. Reeve Clark, I have to remember what I was asking. My mind's and everything else. It's me.
I think it was the process, we have had some inquiries this year.
Yes, no, I'm on track now.
Yeah, people believing that we've raised the taxes, 15 to 20%, which we have not. Council put through a 3% increase on residential, commercial, linear taxes. Farmland, we put a 5% increase on. I think that when they get the assessment growth, and assessments have increased because of the strain on the marketplace. There's no housing. People are coming out from the cities. They're looking for more housing. And I think anyone that has a house up for sale, unless it's so overpriced, no one will look at it, they're moving probably within days. So that adds to assessments going up. And I think when people get their tax bill, they see this increase and they go, holy cow, but they have to look at what their assessment perhaps went up, and then plus the mill rate or tax rate, and go from there. Everything's gone up. Utilities have gone up. Unfortunately, the county only has a couple of ways to raise money. One is property taxes, grants, and user fees. And if you raise your user fees too high, it's it's also tough on the residents. So I think that's what Larry and I were talking about. Tax assessment can be complicated. We also have the TIPS program in the county of Stettler, which is where people can make monthly payments on their taxes. Once a year, those have to be trued up and they have to be adjusted. If you were late starting on the TIP program and didn't get a full 12 months into it, then all of a sudden the last couple of months before you start on your new taxes can go up significantly. So all of a sudden you see that amount, you hit the panic button and you go, oh my God, but it is basically just your, it's just your true up. And that's what happens every year. These TIPS payments have to be trued up so that when we go forward with your monthly remittance, that it pays off your taxes within the year, because taxes run from January to December.
And why I added this here too is it was, should, I'd asked Beth if we should be including a communication when we do a tax increase like this. And basically breaking out the school tax, all the requisitions, and then explain to them, residential, you'll see a 3% increase, you'll see such and such on your plan. And then at least as counselors, if we're phoned on this, the first thing we could ask somebody is, have you looked at the opening letter? And it can be a standard letter, because every one of our tax notices has the same things on it. So in that case, it would be, okay, your school requisition is made up such as this, and look at it.
An information sheet, yeah.
Really an information sheet, because to me, that says that every counselor doesn't have to be a tax specialist. This is where we got into this conversation. As I said, it eases it up for us if we could say, have you read that package? And we have a copy of it, we can go through it with it. Okay, Counselor Stevens.
I think the communication was really good in our budget presentation.
We're bringing that up right now.
But I like the idea of including even a condensed version right in the tax assessment when it gets mailed out. That makes a lot of sense to me, because there really is an education piece on this. I have heard some pretty wild conspiracy theories. I think the wildest has been that the county has access to your personal tax returns, and we base your income on what we think we should charge you for your taxes. Like,
Oh, that's a good one.
yeah, like I don't even know what your house is assessed at for our taxes, let alone what your income is. Like, this is so far above the information that I could ever get in my wildest dreams.
I think, this isn't, ask Andrew to bring this up. I thought staff did just a great job on this. And I think one of the things that a lot of people forget is that when you see that for $4,600, half of it goes to it's not ours. We don't get to operate off that. We just turn around and write checks.
Which that might be the answer right there, or if right when we're gonna mail it out, it's one other thing, and we're showing on each of those things, if we do an increase, you can put the 3%, this, you should see 3% over last year unless your assessment has changed.
One other item that I would like for next budget discussion is we have some assessment values that went up. But when we see it is sort of a generalized across the county, and I think the average when we're receiving that information seems far less drastic. We've just discussed, for example, NDA, where we think the assessment value is pretty low. It hasn't went up on these lots. So I think by giving it a broad overview and average, we're missing out on hot spots where is there areas that have legitimately we're forecasting going up 15, 20%, because it would be nice to know that in advance.
And just elaborate on that one. So yeah, for sure. And you're only ever going to hear about the extremes. You're never going to hear about the guys who had the average assessment increase. It's just the nature of how the squeaky wheel happens, right? But the timeline for that, it would only be available to you guys for the revised budget. By the time we typically bring in the approved budget initially, and when we're producing this document typically, we don't have the assessment finalized because that starts, that's a snapshot of December 31st. And we're hoping to be pretty far in the budget process by December 31st. And that's why we bring back a revised budget, because that's a really key piece in setting the tax rate. So that would be that May snapshot is when we would want to be able to bring that back. But we could absolutely take some of the worst market zones or the worst subdivisions for increases. And that's going to be, they are going to be localized like that, because your neighbor's property sales affect you far more than somebody across the county.
Yeah, we send our taxes out in June.
First part of June or July.
Which those timelines could still match a communication if we're going to send it out at that point.
Yeah, because we're basically ready to hit go when you guys pass the tax rate bylaw. So we would have all of that information ready for you guys ahead of that.
Councilor Stolberg?
Yeah, I was just going to touch on, in addition to the growth of assessment, maybe on a property, a big piece of the taxes, which you've been touching on as well, is the requisitions. Because I know I had a person on a year that we didn't even increase taxes said, you put taxes up again. I said, no, we didn't. We had quite an argument with me, and I said, well, some of the requisitions went up, which we don't get to keep, and we just act as a banker for free, like for school and stuff. We don't get none of that money, and the county gets sort of blamed for the increase, but we just are acting as a free banker. So
that,
I like this insert.
yeah, and that's because some municipalities will play that game, right? So if your education requisition goes down, they'll take that few points in your mill rate and add it to the municipal rate, and so they get a benefit from that. County of Stettler doesn't do that. Whatever we get billed, we remit, which means we pass on to the ratepayers. If it goes up, you get a break. Or you pay more, and if it goes down, you get a break. We've never played with the education, nor the police. Well, basically, nor the recreation. I mean, all the requisitions are legislated, right? We've had to do it. The only one, I guess, that the province didn't get in the middle of would have been the recreation agreement, but we did negotiate that agreement with the town of Stettler. So we have no control over these requisitions. The only ones we have is the actual operations of the county of Stettler. But if anyone's watching or you talk to your ratepayers, please have them call us. Call me. Call Sharon. Call Rose.
Rod.
Even Rod. Yeah.
Rod Street.
You know, and absolutely every year we budget for people to appeal their taxes. It's their democratic right. I'd always like someone to at least phone myself or Sharon to see if we can help you. If we can't, then our next step is Rod. If Rod can't do anything for you, and Rod has done stuff for other people lots because they, produce a good argument. If you're still not happy, then pay the fee and appeal. And then, an independent board will make that decision. So anybody has any questions, please call. I mean, we'll run it through you. It's complicated. We have no control over the assessment. We have control over who we hire, but we have no control over the assessment. We have to hire a provincially licensed assessor, and we get a list. We're lucky that we've got the relationship with Wild Rose that we do, because they have continuity and background information on the county of Stettler, which goes a long way. Because you were to bring a new assessor in here, you'd have somebody walk out to Larry's place and go, oh, this is a great house, and double your assessment, because he doesn't know the area, what the back sales have been, the improvements to the area, but Wild Rose does. So he's done a lot of work for us, and he's done a good job.
I just want to make sure that everybody knows I'm assessed the same as everybody else.
I was just going to say that. I'd charge you way more.
Yeah, I'm picking on the reef here, but yeah, so please call, right? Have the ratepayers call us.
Councilor Nyberg and then Councilor Grover.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a couple of things. Number one, I think any councillor that sits on council, whether it's in the county of Stettler, the town, or anywhere, should take the tax assessment course. And Mr. Clark and I have taken it, and I don't know, less of you.
Yeah.
It's an important one because it really gives you the basis. I think it should be part mandatory of our Councillor 101. I want to make it clear too that we don't set the taxes. We set a percentage of your assessed value. So we have no, people say, you raised my taxes. No, we did not. We set a percentage of the assessed value. If your assessed value goes up or goes down, that's what sets your taxes. And one last thing, Mr. Stevens, my taxes, it's not a complete conspiracy theory, because how my taxes get paid is a direct reflection on the income I have of that month. So if it's a low income, it may not get paid till next month.
Yeah, sorry, I'll apologize for my phone ringing because I thought I clicked it off.
That's just a reminder to, I think, everybody make sure they're on silent.
And but it was a Calgary number, and me and my wife both deal in Calgary with specialists, and I didn't want to miss it, because if you miss it, it might be 3 months before you get another one. But to get to this assessment thing, yeah, I had one. Well, my taxes are up a flat 17%, but they went back and looked what they were assessed the year before, like the acreage went up, and the tax went up 17. But we only put it up 3%. And once you showed that to them, then they're, or told them to look at your one and look back at the other one. And if you still have a problem, come in, talk to a vet or Mr. Teal or whoever, you'll see a way. Then all they need to do is have somebody talk to them and explain it to them. And if are putting into ambulance, putting in this, and that, everything else, if it goes up a bit, it's got to go somewhere. Yeah, that money's got to come from somewhere. But once you explain that to them, you don't have as much problem. They never, I don't think many of them ever make the door here, but or come in and talk to them. Our staff's very well educated on that. So that's all I got to say. Once you talk to them and show them what it was, they have no problem with it. So my house is worth more. Big deal.
That's, there is the information's available in many spots. We do offer so much information at budgeting time. We offer so much information throughout the year where we are showing our clarity. But on the same sense, I thought if we could add one more piece of paper, which it sounds easier to do now.
Yeah, our
Stuffer, it's not
process is nicer.
a manual piece, but if we could add that, maybe it eliminates 3% or 5% of the questions, because somebody sits down and reads it and says, okay, this is why these columns are doing that. Yeah, I see. Well, we need to pay for ambulance. We need to pay for this.
You need to pay for that stuff, and they don't mind paying for that stuff because they use it. I think they just need to be talked to and stuff, and usually they even work it up.
So, Mr. Chair, just if we sent this out on the background, where they say example, how they got it, put that out there, because I would hate to give one of my neighbors a stressing opening of a letter to see that she opened up normally paying a couple $1,000s in taxes and has $4,600. She would maybe not understand unless she saw, that it was.
Come hunting, mister. But I had one more question. And then I'm gonna quit. Well, how much of the county do we used to do a third, and a third, like, what, spot thirds, right?
So we still do that, just to try and keep up with current market values, but we do address every new development permit and subdivision so that we keep up with that, so that we make sure that we've got that properly recorded on the tax roll.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion that next year we include a brief insert explaining the taxes with our tax assessment.
And any questions directed to our administration, they're certainly helpful.
That's gonna be on there too, right?
Yep.
Just one more thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, just so that people realize that we try to be mind readers, but we're not. And we, if you have, say you're using a shop for a commercial entity and then you sell it or you retire and you're not using it for that anymore, that's a typical example where a lot of people get caught. Let us know, then we can get your assessment adjusted for that. And usually most people see a reduction in their taxes. But we have to know in order to be able to put that adjustment through.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Call the question in favor. That would be carried.
I'd like to make a second motion that next year, when we are doing our revised budget, if you could bring back information on any hotspots or large swings. You having a stroke over there?
Page.
It was hot yesterday.
Okay, any questions on that? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Messing with your mind because it's easy.
Okay, now under new business. We're into a bunch of policies. Request for decision, read policy CN 1.02, council benefits, page 6 of the package.
Yeah, sure. I will just scroll to that. So council benefits, this is just part of our policy review. The only change to this one is the format. You guys opted to leave it the same.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion to make the changes and move forward with this.
Good, okay. Any questions or concerns? Call the questions, all in favor? That would be carried. 8.2, request for decision, policy CN 1.11, health and safety program, page 9 of the package.
It's really funny that this is the exact moment Kara left. with me.
I'm well versed in the policy as well, so I'm happy to take it. So this is a formal health and safety policy endorsed by council. Typically, our health and safety has just been through administrative procedures, but we wanted to be able to demonstrate council's commitment on paper beyond just the Reed's acknowledgement that forms part of our HR manual. So you did see this in a month ago or 2 months ago now, and we put it up on the website for comment and didn't receive any comment. We've presented it to staff as well at our last safety meeting. And so we are prepared to recommend council approve it as presented.
Sure. Stillberg.
I'll make the motion to approve the policy as it's amended.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 8.3, request for decision, policy PW 2.07, land compensation, page 13 of the package.
This is another one that came through. The advertisement resulted in no changes. And we, council didn't recommend any changes to the committee of the whole, having recently been through the process of setting the market value for farmland and right-of-way land and seeing how that exactly works.
Council, okay?
We approve it as presented.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
And these policies have all been on the website for over 30 days.
Plus reviewed it.
Right, so, and no public input. So.
That's new this year, posting it for 30 days.
Yeah, 30 days, so that's, when we were out, that was a suggestion by one of our ratepayers, when we were out at the county and the community meetings. And so we made that commitment that we would put all our policies, revisions or policies on the webpage for public input. And so far, we haven't received any, but they are there in case they want to.
And in fairness to the lack of public input thus far, we have started with some of the low-hanging fruit. So, in our review, so nothing too controversial has made it past.
Yes.
So then we will move to 8.4, request for decision. Policy 2.12, trees and building compensation, page 17.
This is similar, just formatting changes. Council also indicated to retain this at the existing rate, which is basically administration negotiates. If it exceeds 500, then that comes to council.
Councilor Stevens,
I'll give you a motion to approve as presented.
questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay, 8.5, request for decision, policy, Public Works 2.19, crop damages, page 19 of the package.
So this one, you did make a slight change, amending the $375 follow-up fee in succeeding years to be $400 per acre on cropland. So the first year you get either 500 or 700, depending on whether it's a cereal, conventional crop, or an oil seeds. And then in subsequent years, it's you get a $400 per acre. That's necessary.
Councilor Stillberg,
I'll make the motion to approve the policy as amended.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 8.6, request for decision, policy AF 6.07, social media, page 22 of the package.
Once again, this is one that council made no changes to, having reviewed it and advertised it with no comments received.
Councilor Stevens,
I'll move it, be approved as presented.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grove is opposed. Okay, 8.7. Request for decision, cemetery funding, page 28 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's not with us, but anyway, this was a suggestion, and I think you've discussed it at committee of the whole, from Councillor Stulberg, that some of our cemetery boards are finding things, the price is going up, and the $1,000 that we were giving them before wasn't meeting the needs, especially if they had to hire someone to mow. So we are suggesting, or bringing back to you based on your recommendation, to increase the funding to $1,500 per year. Looking for, that would go retroactive back to January 1, correct? So anyone that we have funded at 1,000, we would send them an additional $500, right? And that any leftover funding continue to be put in the reserve. We have enough in reserves to cover this off right now, but going forward in budgeting, we'd have to increase the cemetery funding by $6,000 annually. So 18,000 instead of 12.
I'll make the motion to approve the increase of cemetery funding to the 1,500 this year. So, because I know even one of the cemeteries that I know quite well is a local group pays for a caretaker, and that caretaker, actually what the caretaker charges is double the 15, it's 3,000. So, I mean, it is expensive looking after cemeteries, and our county forces are stretched as it is. So as long as these community groups can still manage, I think it's pretty important for us to top it up every so often. So that's why I'm happy to make the motion.
Can I make a clarification on his motion? You said this year. Do you want it this year and going forward, or just this year?
No, it'll be going forward for sure, yeah. Ongoing.
Councillor Stevens?
No one likes to spend more money, but this is still vastly cheaper than the alternative of us acting as the caretakers for these. So I think it's a good value.
Plus, by not taking it away from the communities, we have some, if you stop and take a look at our cemeteries, we have some beautiful cemeteries in our county. And it is the person's, it's perpetual care. It's that person's last rest. And then there's some that even if the grass is cut, it is so much better than what it could have been in the past. So we're helping the people out of respect for the people that have died years ago and did whatever they did for our province and our country. So, yeah.
And maybe this policy should come back periodically for review, just so that we don't get behind again.
Yeah, I agree. Our mowers are wide open doing other stuff. $1,500 a cemetery on like Weimar Cemetery and Yang Cemetery, and then all of them. That's cheap.
That's if they could provide.
The volunteer's still gonna have to put some money in, so.
Just one thing to point out. I know that in my area, we have that Prairie Grove cemetery, and nobody looks after that because there is no committee or whatever. So I'm sure that we go in once a year, but it probably costs us close to $1,500 to load up stuff, go out there and take a run around it. So yeah, this is just cheap maintenance.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, call a question, all in favor? That is carried.
8.8, request for decision policy CN 1.10, physician recruitment and retention incentive, page 29 of the package. You want to speak?
It's my pleasure to pass this one to Andrew.
So unlike the other policies, this one did not go to committee of the whole, nor has it been advertised. This was identified as a sort of crisis policy at a joint meeting between the town and county. So the county has had this policy in place for a while now, setting out the rules for which we would incentivize physicians to come to our community. With the discussions we had with the town at a joint meeting, we made the decision to change how this worked, or to propose to change how this worked. So previously, this incentive was discretionary. So every request came to council set the amount and where the money was coming from. That doesn't give physicians a terrible amount of security in knowing whether they'll get it or not. So as part of this discussion, we have amended the policy to remove the discretion and set out eligibility criteria instead. So we had been budgeting $20,000 per physician. Now this would be between $50,000 and $70,000 per physician, split in half with the town of Stettler, making each of us responsible for between $25,000 and $35,000 for as many as 7 doctors. So it's certainly a decent amount we need to catch up on, and then may be a continuing issue. So for the, based on the discussions at the joint meeting, it was discussed that there should be temporary and a more holistic solution implemented. So I have set an expiry on this policy as December 31st. From the discussions we had, I wasn't sure if that might have been too long of an expiry or not enough, but I figure that's a fairly clean break by the time we actually get this running and advertised. If we were to do something a couple months from the joint meeting, as was kind of thrown out, I don't think we'd have had a lot of time with this policy run. So just to walk us through the changes a little bit, go to the policy first. Sorry, this is. The policy is not attached. Let me bring that up.
Andrew, as you're typing on that.
Yeah.
So that expiry of this is December of this year?
Yes.
Okay.
With the idea that you'll have new direction before that. Not that this would necessarily die, but that if you're going to continue this, that's going to be a thoughtful continuation.
And I do see us though, like that's 5 months to replace what we think we have for missing doctors, which I think is a pretty lofty goal.
We'll also think this policy address the amount of the incentive. And when we talked about it at the meeting, there was the opportunity to increase it. So then with the short expiry date, if it's not working, then you can bring it back and let's change it.
And if it is working, it's just to run through a deck.
Right.
Councillor Grover and Councillor Stevens.
It should have been, we should have put it up a while ago. It's nice to see that the town is putting money into it now. Move that, I'll make a motion to move it ahead.
Councillor Stevens.
I was just gonna say, I like the short sunset clause a bit under the premise that we laid out some other goals that we would like to see and tweaks in the kind of medium term. So that window gives us an opportunity to do some fine tuning moving forward.
And there was definitely long-term goals too on how to maybe sustain and bring back local doctors.
So, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I was unable to make that meeting. I just wondered, was there any discussion towards the retention of the current doctors? I know there's been some discussion about that, but is there a plan to move forward with that?
Councillor Stevens did bring up that would be the medium term or the longer short-term piece of this. Okay. is how do we look at it? A big part of that is by having sufficient doctors in the area.
Fair enough.
To take that work, spread that workload. That's the first thought process on that. But then what else do we have to do from that? And there's a lot of rocks to turn over on that to try and finish.
So it is in the works. That's good. No, I just wanted to make sure that with setting this policy that this is just one portion of what we're going forward with. That's fair.
Okay, and then part of this though too was it also the bringing that person in to start looking at some of those pieces?
There was an email that was just sent to you, Mr. Chair, so we'll maybe just leave that.
Okay. Okay.
Also,
That I did get.
I think Andrew has an agreement ready.
Yeah, so if now that I've got the policy, if council doesn't mind, I would like to walk through just so you see the changes. I apologize if this got missed in the package. So we
Vote on the policy motion.
We're looking at it right now.
I'd like to present the policy before we vote on it, please. So we've changed the definition of candidate physician to specify that this policy is currently applying to general and family practitioners. Now, before when we had discretion, the definition didn't matter as much. Now that we're saying a vet's going to be the one deciding yes or no, she needs a list of criteria. If somebody doesn't meet the eligibility, say it's a psychiatrist that doesn't want to do general and family practice, but we might want a psychiatrist. That can still come to council under this policy. So that's how we would operate outside of the terms of this policy. We describe. Absolutely, please.
So what if Dr. said comes in and says, hey, I hit 9 out of 10 of the criteria, that would come back to us?
Right.
Okay, fair enough. Just so it wouldn't be a blanket no, you would just have to at that point say, you've got 9 out of 10 here, here's where we're going to take it back. Okay.
But part of this still is the existing doctor base has to bring these doctors forward too.
Right.
Yeah, so that's recommend them.
So this policy does reference the town more than it did before. The town, while the county will be sort of doing the nuts and bolts, the town does still will be playing an active role in the recruitment process and the eligibility process. So it will be nice to have a community partner on that. We just changed a few specific references to community groups. And the big change is everything that talked about how council was going to decide on these has been removed. It's been replaced with the chief administrative officer is the one who receives the application. And then we add in all of the eligibility. So at minimum, you have to be a candidate physician, which is a general or family practitioner. You must be offering full-time clinical family medicine and full participation in the on-call rotation. So it's not actually a big list of requirements. Just you got to do those to be eligible for the bare minimum. And then how much you get is depending on what else you can offer. So a candidate physician who will provide anesthesia and obstetrics, including child delivery, would be eligible for $70,000. A physician who only provides anesthesia and not child delivery would be $60,000. A physician who doesn't provide anesthesia but does provide child delivery would be $55,000. And a physician who just meets the base criteria would be eligible for $50,000. And so this does match quite closely to what council has seen before in proposals from the community. This section 6 is exactly what I described in that council can consider anything outside of the terms of this policy, and that we would work with any of our funding partners at this point, it's only the town, and discuss with them. The terms of the agreement have largely stayed the same. We've mentioned any services, just to be a little bit clearer that you can't start doing family clinic and emergency and then stop doing the emergency and still be eligible. That it might prompt a discussion rather than just straight up taking the money back, but it's the commitment. The CAO, this is a new clause. I wanted to encourage families. And so I did put it in a reprieve. So if you pause the service for up to 18 months, thinking that's the max length of maternity leave, that can grant that, provided we tack that on to the end of the requirement. And that would generate a new agreement as well, just so that it's clearly established. But I figure if you're going to put down roots in our community, or you're going to get additional training, or you're doing something that's going to benefit us, why would we scare you away from that? And then, so the CAO can add additional provisions to the base agreement or a supplemental agreement at their discretion. And then the two eligibility clauses or sort of timeline clauses, we're only going to provide this while we have a partner for 50% of the value, or partners for at least 50% of the value. And then policy expires on December 31st, 2024. And then this policy does play into the two agreements that are attached to your council package. So the first one you see there on page 31 is what a contract with a physician, the county and the town would look like. And it's very similar to what we've been doing in the past, but reflects the new policy a little bit more. You would see retention incentive definition change, as well as the services change based on the type of doctor coming. If it's a GBA with full obstetrics, this is the agreement they'd have. And then we cut things out and change the value as appropriate for them. And then lastly, we have a brand new agreement for the county and the town to describe how the administration of the program will work and form our commitment to each other in writing as well. So it's not just, well, our policies match, that's close enough. We want something that says, all right, we're committing to each other. And so, yeah, the two motions I'm looking for is approval of the updated policy, which is on the table, and then following that, authorization to enter into the agreement with the town.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that wasn't addressed, and I do realize that we are in a crisis and the county is stepping up and doing this. But there are expenses that will come down the pike. Administration's put a pile of time in this already, number one. Number two, these agreements have got to be kept up to date. They'll probably require some sort of legal review in the future. Who's going to cover those costs?
There should be a shared cost between us.
It should be a shared cost. Right now, we are in crisis. I know we did have legal review in the past on this 5-year portion. So that should be conversation with our existing, our first partner, and then if this is expanded with other partners. But right now, I think we did the legwork. If we get these doctors, that's what our goal is right now. And then to split those costs after should be part of the conversation or part of the second motion.
Okay, I just wanted to put a bug in your ear because, we are spending our taxpayers' money.
And we have been on doctors.
Yep.
And we have continually did that. So, and I think our taxpayers throughout this are becoming very, very well aware that we've continued to go through with this. And by bringing these pieces to the package in order to streamline things, I think is good for now, but on go forward, that's part of our long term. Yeah. And that's my opinion anyhow on that.
Good, fair enough.
You're good with that, Yvette?
Yeah, as long as it gets addressed, because there will be, and I know how much time that he has put into this in the last week, and it's a pile. Great.
And we have a motion still stands, Councilor Grover?
And they're done.
That's okay.
Just point out one thing. This is a really good start, I think, to doctor recruitment. But there could be other issues. Maybe it's not the money. It's maybe the housing. If we get 7 doctors in, could be a problem because we don't want to see the doctors having to drive from Hannah or Red Deer or wherever we may be getting them because that might get old pretty quick.
Yeah, which was part of that original discussion, and that's part of that intermediate or that midterm. Like we got to get through this first part first.
Yes. So it's a good starting point. Is my point.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Second motion you're talking, Andrew, that you need.
Yeah, so this would, pardon me, this would be to authorize the Reeve CAO to enter into an agreement to administer and fund the physician recruitment and retention incentive regionally. If that motion was amended, the agreement that I presented to you and that I provided to the town as a draft only specifies the sharing the cost of the incentive itself, the $50,000 to $70,000 value. So if we want to share additional costs, be that legal review or attraction costs or anything like that, then that needs to be amended or added to the motion or done in a separate agreement or policy statement entirely on the attraction side for recruitment.
Okay, where does that bed? Do you feel it's adequate to put it in here, or are we better to?
Yeah, I'm fine with it being right in this agreement. Then I don't have to make a third agreement. But if attraction was something you thought would last longer in a solid form, then it could be in a separate agreement. But we will have the agreement as well expires December 31st, commensurate with the policy, with again the idea that we will have another purposeful discussion prior to that and enter into something new. So there's a chance to fix anything that's not working.
Councilor McKay, you had.
Yeah, I was just going to make the motion, but I don't know what the motion was.
What the amendment would be. Yeah, well, the amendment would be, if we're going to put the amendment in, would be to have both parties participate in the expenses due to the administration part of it and legal review of that. Is that close enough?
Just sum it up as expenses, or
Yeah.
or if you want to leave it, because it does expire at the end of this year, you can.
Maybe that could be part of that discussion too.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we'll do is we're going to leave that amendment out for right now because that's going to be a discussion that's going to have to be had between the town and the county. I think you're going to find some pushback from the town saying that they have an employee that's may or may not be doing the lead on physician recruitment. That's a discussion that I think is outside of this. My importance right now is to get this put in place, get it pointed out, and get it done. That other stuff, unfortunately, administration will have to be hashed out in the back rooms of administration to administration.
Over the next, we have 5 months to
Yeah.
rediscuss this too and have it most.
So I don't want to I don't want to muddy the waters. This is too important. Let's just make it happen, get her done. So I'll give you the motion to move forward with this agreement. I have one question about it. Why are we entering into this agreement, but why are we doing the contract in the first place? Is this, it seems to me that this should just be this doesn't seem like an agreement type.
I think it's to ensure that both the town and county are on board so that people trying to bring doctors to this community feel confident when they offer the incentive. And we've seen how handshakes have worked in the past, so we're not going down that road anymore.
No, and not necessarily with these guys, but okay, I'm with you. I just wanted that we were okay. Yeah, fair enough. I just wanted to make sure that I'm good with that. I like the.
And we've got many hands up for motions, but Councilor McKee.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm good with that.
So
And no amendment?
no amendment, yeah. Okay. We'll call the question, all in favor?
I thought they had questions.
Okay, carried. 8 points.
Chairman?
Yes.
May I add a second or another motion or whatever, or third or whatever? I really think it's important to let our other municipalities in our immediate region, like the 4 villages, in on what's happening here. I mean, they're fully aware of the doctor shortages. And now I think they'll be aware that 2 of the larger municipalities are doing something, but maybe they could contribute something as well. And I think that the door should be open for them because they have all residents, I'm sure, use the doctors in this communities. I think just a letter of asking if they'd be interested in
Or stating what the situation
what
is.
the situation is and encouraging them to take an active role.
Councilor Brewer?
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea to have them there, but I would not want them to be the reason they didn't put in their little, their share of money, that we lose a doctor. I think it's the town and the county that have to step up.
And so our motions indicate that, right?
That's right.
So this is along with it.
You want to kick into, that's fine, that's great.
So is that motion is,
Yeah, if the motion would be to effectively direct administration to write a letter to the councils of the 2 summer villages and the village, to request participation in doctor recruitment moving forward. And we can leave it fairly general that way because it's not necessarily just the incentive because we're looking at other longer term holistic solutions as well. We just want them at the table.
even to the point that due to the criticality, we have moved forward. The urgency is that we have to get this going.
Yeah, that would be the motion.
That's the motion. We'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, we don't have we're not at an auction, are we?
We'll get another.
8.9, a Stettler County Fair, page 43 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nikki, would you like to comment on this?
The Stettler District Agricultural Society is reviving the Stettler County Fair and Rodeo, July 30th to August 3rd this year, with the hopes of to continue it annually going forward. And this is quite a large event. It's definitely agriculture. It's named after us. They did call and talk to us about that before going back to the retro renaming of it as the Stettler County Fair and Rodeo. They made no formal request for funding, however, because they do share our name, and we are going to actively participate with them that week in a public engagement blitz by attending at least four of the 5 days full of events. So we will be joining them on Tuesday the 30th to barbecue up the market customer appreciation night. And then on Wednesday, we'll be setting up a Stettler County Fair booth at the event throughout the afternoon. until the Zeke Thurston event begins in the evening. So we'll be engaging with public throughout the day. We have some fun things planned to do with the kids and with the adults, and for council to attend and talk to the people and get a feel for what's going on in our regions. And then on the Thursday, we will be attending throughout the day again. There were draft horse pulls and heavy horse pulls scheduled as show, and they also have the same happening on Friday, but Friday morning we'll be cooking up our Stettler County pancake breakfast from 8 till 10:30 a.m. And that is the Friday of the August long weekend. Their rodeo starts Friday night and Saturday night, and they're planning lots of fun activities in addition to the heavy horse pull and the draft show. There's also a poultry show, and they're calling for entries now through the Stettler agricultural website. You can enter your poultry into the poultry show, which is occurring on the Saturday. In future years, the entire bench show will be occurring like it did in the old days, where they judge flowers and vegetables and fruit, everything you can grow, and I imagine artistically create as well in the future. So it's quite a big endeavor, and we're really excited that they put our name on it and are joining us to put this on.
Yes, this is actually a true rodeo with timed events and rough stock and the whole gamut.
It's a full rodeo with timed events and rough stock. So I did have a question about chuck wagons. Sorry, there's no chuck wagons. That track was removed several years ago while they expanded the rest of the facility, but the facility is spectacular now with their upgrades, and they're ready to host a pretty big show that weekend.
And just, it's not olden days, it was the past. Olden days makes me so, because I remember the fair, I remember it very well, and it was exciting, because I mean, back when they had the old, the hockey arena, it was the hockey arena now where the hall is, and then the curling rink, and then you had equipment dealers between the two of them. It was quite a deal, and I don't feel that old, so it was the past, not the olden days.
Days do go on. Councilor Grover.
Oh, I thought we were voting on how old I got.
I guess, and one other interesting part, they didn't have time this year, but they're really looking at bringing back Midway.
Oh, yeah.
So it will.
That'd be
It would truly be the old Stettler County Fair.
Yeah, they really do want to bring back a midway, but you need to book those pretty far in advance. And so they are already looking and inquiring and hoping they can make something like that happen. In 2025, they will have a youth cattle show. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's a big youth cattle show in addition to everything I've already mentioned, and they already have that in the books. So, yeah.
Because the older fairs did have cattle shows up.
And so the request here is fairly open-ended. I know you guys discussed it at length during Committee of the Whole about doing a sponsorship to get this off the track and running this year. The bringing in those big horses is quite a cost, and so there is prize money for the shows and stuff that is all stuff they're fundraising for and looking for sponsorship for.
Our overall, the whole community should see a huge influx in here because of the variety that they have also. And, to that place will be booming again. It's been booming a lot of weekends at the Ag Society grounds. Councilor Grover?
What rodeo association are they having?
It's a Wild Rose and Lakeland sanctioned rodeo.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions on this? Need somebody to, Councilor.
We discussed what we were talking about, what the money, and I don't remember, somebody could refresh me, I didn't.
20,000 was the first year, and it was suggested 5,000, but, sorry for interrupting. But I would just assume, because it is a county rodeo, seeing 10,000 for whatever years after that, because they're just getting off the ground this year. It's going to be, a learning experience for the next few years. So I don't have a problem, like I said, for the.
So Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to just get us started that we make a $20,000 to promote the agricultural rural activity. This thing, rural development fund is exactly where this comes from because it's rural development. This is 100% behind that. And we can, additional years, I think they want to look at reliable funding. Any suggestions? Again, we worked at the cow and I can't remember what numbers we had worked out on those. Does anybody remember?
It was suggested 5,000 per, but not in term of years, but I would say for the first 5 years, because then you can readjust, because it's going to be a learning experience what they bring in, like midway and whatever.
Okay, so that would provide 5,000 additional.
I'm thinking, I would think,
He was.
that was what was suggested.
No, I'm good. So you're talking 10,000?
In additional years, up to 5 years, I'm thinking, is what I would like to see, but that's.
Okay, and I'm good with that. So let's make that 20,000 original, 5,000 for up to 5 years. Okay.
No, he said
Or 10, sorry, yeah. Okay,
10 for 5.
keep me around, everybody.
5 for 10 or 10 for 5?
The olden days, that's how they did it.
Councilor
I think that sounds like a reverse auction to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you should just go to the end of this term. You never know. I'd like to see 2 years, but it's entirely up to the rest of you.
My motion will go that we 20,000 and then 10,000 for 5 years. So they have clear, we make all kinds of decisions that go over the term period.
terms, like over to 2020.
If the new council wants to put more money in when they get here, they're more than welcome to do that. If they want to change it when they get there, they're more than welcome to do that. Nothing is written in stone. We make that general support saying that's what we as council decide to go forward with. That's the way that I see that. If they come in and the council that sits in here in 16 months from now decides that this is one of the first things they want to cut, that's theirs, not ours.
We are going to be questioned on volunteering for all the functions coming up here at lunchtime. So, Councilor Grover?
I just wonder, so what do we do for when we had the national or the provincial high school rodeo finals here? What do we give them?
And we've supported the Ag Society quite heavily, I think, and I think this just continues our support. This is a new program for them, and I think it's good.
I'm sorry, Councilor Grover, I'd have to look that up. I don't have
It is individual. This is deemed as the Stettler County fair and rodeo though. So like it is, and it's bringing, like rural development it is bringing that old style back, especially if they get to the band shows and all the cattle shows and stuff. Councilor Grover and then Councilor Stevens.
I hope it's a success because I got a picture. What is it? Steel Rail Rodeo sort of died there, but 12 people in the stand watching the rodeo, you know. I think it's how, if you got the people that I think you got running this rodeo and fair, it'll be a good thing. But what I was saying is, when you take your high school rodeo and you take a picture of the county of Stettler and their kids, and then you take a picture of central Alberta, I think they gain about 15 kids, that's it. And there's a lot from here, that's all I'm saying. And I like supporting youth. Thank you.
Don't quote me on the exact number, but I think the junior rodeo was sponsored through our community investment plan. I think it was in that 1,500 to 2,000 range. But I think part of the difference between the two is the cost is substantially lower for that one because they're not paying for these large presentations to come in.
And also too, our local Ag Society has hosted, the Panoka Rodeo was hosted here. So, when you look at funding basis, it's really for their rodeo association along with Stettler Rodeo Association to have it. Then we had finals here, but then we've also had, just last weekend was this north of 60 competition. And that's all tied to it again. And I think the biggest part of it is probably the facilities, and the second biggest part of it is what they charge.
I think it's the management of the.
Well, absolutely.
Is a big.
That goes back to, Councilor Stuhlberg and then Councilor Nyberg.
I was just going to mention, Marge Savage from Stettler Ag Society is booked for our ASB meeting, and she's going to be presenting the Stettler County fair and other things that the Ag Society is doing. So that'll be a good opportunity if we want more details to quiz her.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say that the current Ag Society is going great guns, and I think it was Ralph Klein that said, if you see a parade, get in front of it, doesn't matter which one. So I think this is us getting in front of a pretty good parade. These guys are doing great work, so I'm here to support them as much as I can. So anytime we have young people in our community that are willing to step up and start doing this, it's the least we can do. So, yeah.
Hopefully bring the next generation.
Yeah, absolutely. These are our leaders.
And I might add, we are an agricultural county, so I think. I thought you said we were oil and gas. Well, I think it was founded by agriculture, and agriculture is still here. So.
That was
Very agricultural.
Only electric car purchases, but.
My legacy.
Okay, motion on the table. We'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried.
You caught my bid, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. You betcha. Okay, 8.0, oh no, that's coming up. Can we move to 10?
Yeah, 10.1, Andrew can.
Yeah, water management and drought resiliency plan, page 46 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are presenting this one just for information, but this is the plan that largely agricultural services together with operations and utilities worked on to demonstrate how we were going to progress through in drought circumstances. So obviously we've had a better spring than we anticipated, which we're thankful for. However, this plan will form a framework for future years as well. So we just wanted to walk you through a few of the highlights.
Just before we start in generality for our county, yes, we've had a better spring. But there is parts of our county that are still very, very dry, and there's parts of central, so when we're painting this picture out there, some areas have benefited from these rains. It's varied so much in our area, but I do know areas within our county that are still, they're cutting very parched hay crops because of the fact that they didn't get those rains. The rest of us were fortunate, and some in southern parts of the county have gotten a huge amount of rains this year. Even reading yesterday about the shortage of rain east of Olds and the limited hay crops, that is quite surprising for that area. So that I thought, okay, it is a bit more widespread too. So just, if you go with it, it's just, we can't paint it that all dugouts are flowing over and all water sources because they aren't.
And I should say, when I say the spring is better than expected, that doesn't mean good. It just means not as terrible.
We have the dial, we got terrible, it's just, okay.
Which is good in a way, because it means we still got levers to pull that we haven't pulled if things get even worse. So four main goals. We want water security. We need it. Residents, agriculture, and industry all need it. We don't want our plan to create a negative economic impact. So we wouldn't want to say, well, okay, you can't haul water out of the truck fill anymore for dugouts, because that's why we have them. That's what we do. So minimizing that impact is important to this plan. We do want to protect ecosystems. We don't want to be draining lakes down to nothing. And then we want the entire community to be prepared and ready for coordinated efforts.
Plus, this plan ties in very effectively with our truck fills. So it's a good read. I think it can definitely go out to the public. We've had lots of requests for it from other municipalities. So we just need council's blessing on it.
And with our truck fills, so I still want to be able to lobby for these other areas where we talked about truck fills off the municipal water system. Or surely.
A couple ready to sit. We just need to find the time to get out.
No, but that I do think we still have to lobby, because we have seen such great success with these truck fills.
Mr. Chairman, they've talked a lot about off-stream water storage, and if you look retrospectively at it, and it's a little different way of maybe looking at it, is that every one of these truck fills that we do put out there is off-stream water storage. We do have to process the water, but it does get stored, and if we had more of them, there'd be more storage. So I think it's important when we are lobbying that this fits into that whole.
Well, and even with the issues that we've had this year, maybe some of our truck fills, we have to look at larger temporary storage for some of us, except for the big spray and water cattle and those pieces.
I can't hear you.
I say this time of year when we are in the midst of spraying and a lot of people are still hauling water for livestock, that external tankage that doesn't need to be heated could be put into service and then back to winter service for the ones off the main lines, et cetera, after. But that tankage, that's really not huge expenses for line 400 barrel tanks and to be able to tie them in. So it would be something to look at in the future for storage. So
Yeah, we were able to make a few storage increases in our agricultural tank loaders this year already. But yeah, certainly expansion of space in some of our other ones. We haven't hit a point where we're feeling pressured yet in most tank loaders, but some of them certainly do. I know Brownfield, for example, while it's not within the county of Stettler, Shirley McClellan does manage it. And because we've got people fed off that line on pressure, we can't adjust the pressure of that line to fill that tank loader any faster. So it does have issues with recovery and has this year.
that's a problem with what we could call sometimes, I know that's supposed to be pressurized, but it does come off really what's deemed as a trickle system.
Yeah, that one does come through a reservoir before it goes up to Brownfield.
But with it, you start putting a 400 barrel tank in, which is 64 cubic meters or 64,000 liters. That is a big surge capacity when it comes to usage off those tanks, and it's filling 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So it's just if we can lobby, I do agree with what Councillor Nyberg's saying, that we can certainly bring storage solutions in that would be fairly effective for the critical times of the year. Councillor Stillberg?
Yeah, I was just gonna say now is the time to plan for drought, even though we're not in maybe a severe drought crisis as severe as we were expecting. I think now is definitely the time to lay the groundwork for the long-term planning. And I know the last update from the provincial ASB was that they definitely want inventory of truck fills in every county sort of publicized so they know, I guess, where these are. And I guess all producers know where they are. So, and we've made that step, I see, which is good.
So this has a really comprehensive inventory of our water systems. As well, this is the page I would point most people to at page 53, which shows here's our steps, here's our process. When it gets bad, what do we do? How do we decide what's bad? And so we just have a 4-step process. We start with 0, which is status quo, then do 1, 2, and 3. We're effectively at a stage 1 right now, which is we're just promoting education and wise water use. And that's just because some of the subbasins along the river that we utilize, which is the South Saskatchewan, the Red Deer River being an offshoot or a tributary to it, they're showing stress. So particularly in the south, fortunately, the Red Deer River has been quite healthy. The next step would be if we activated our water sharing agreement off the Red Deer River, we would step up. That's when we're going to have the new wastewater bylaws provisions where a vet can start to impose restrictions and say, hey, no outdoor watering or outdoor watering only on every other day, that sort of thing. And then severe is, okay, now we're cracking down. And hopefully we never get to severe. Hopefully mild and moderate levels curb the trends.
The one thing with that though, Andrew, is the fact that as you build down that scale or go down the scale or up the scale, whichever, 1 to 3, whatever you want to look at it, you are going to be drawing more and more water from your truck fills at those points for non-residential uses. So I think, that's something else we have to put through here though too, is that is an expected outcome.
Yeah, and that is something you will see well reflected in our approach. I have said time and time again, you're not going to see a truck fill with a restriction on. or at least administration's not going to recommend. Because truck fills are the answer to drought issues. They're not the cause of drought issues, right? It is a little backwards because when you're talking with a bunch of urban municipalities at a table talking about water scarcity, their thought is stop people from using water. Which, yeah, in an urban setting, reducing the amount of water you do is the way to address water scarcity. But water scarcity creates other problems where groundwater, surface water are no longer reliable or there. And so that's where our truck fills play a huge role.
You stop using water, you stop eating, you stop.
Exactly.
Yeah, if we stop eating, you won't need any more water.
Which is why we say,
You won't be here. Yeah, and those three that we already got money from the provincial government through Ag Service Board, Bymore, Scholar, and Nevis. And I think we could do some more of them too. They complain about like Scholar there, well, they don't fill my sprayer, and then Joe, he's behind me and then he has to wait for water. Well, if he's filling at home, he'd have to wait for water too. You know, I think they should respect them a little more than what they do. And the same with this one at Erskine, I've heard complaints about it.
The one at Erskine, but that's been some pump complaints, which Andrew's been, you've been working on those.
I just sent an email out to follow up on that, make sure that we do them.
I meant that, but sorry.
Even with our Erskine fills where the pumps are kicking out, the Gatsby did once or twice.
yeah.
It's the way they're filling the trucks mostly.
Yeah, but sprayer tanks, but on the same side.
Yeah, we're looking at what,
Fixing as we learn.
yeah, let the water soak them. They'll learn real quick in the winter. And so, yeah, this just goes through and describes not just what we'll ask of the public, but what we'll ask of our own departments. So for example, when we start bumping up the stages, we're going to try and, you know, utilize water line flushes, won't go in the ditch, right? They'll, as much as possible, be used, and it requires a lot of logistics, but we'll use it for, you know, spray water. We'll advertise it to the public if they need it.
Just a question on that, like when you flush, I don't know the logistics on flushing a hydrant, but is it this, like, I've seen them do it and it's pouring out at a pretty fast rate. Does it have to go at a fast rate or?
It's all about the volume. You got to get the same volume out.
Okay, no, good, because I just wondered, I mean, it seems like that's part of the gig, they get a big volume, like they got a huge spray. I've just seen them do it in Erskine a couple of times and I just, my question is, could you utilize that water and have the same effect? But apparently you can't, so that's good, thanks.
So when we flush the lines, we do try to do it strategically. So when we do it in Erskine, they'll hit the culverts and hit Erskine Lake. On our rural water lines, phase one, we've placed our flushing hydrants by dugouts. So when we start to flush, they'll flow over and start to increase the dugout volume of a producer. Because it just makes more sense to be able to fill that dugout up than flushing it down the ditch.
Erskine Lake could use it if you want to do more flushing. I heard Buffalo's the same.
But we are thinking about, you know, where the water should go and the best use for it.
Andrew, please.
Yeah, so I'm not going to cover every point, obviously. There is a ton in this document. Like I said, our staff did a fantastic job. Very, very happy with what they came up with. And it's reasonable. I think what's kind of the neatest part is sort of how we evaluate our triggers for moving through the stages. And it's a very data-centric approach that's supported by Alberta Environment quite well. The data we've got to demonstrate that kind of thing is huge. So.
Yeah, no, I applaud the administration and staff for putting this together, and I would like to receive it for information.
Any more questions or concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
And just a note, we will likely put a copy of this document on the website for ratepayers.
Absolutely, yeah.
And put it in the next connection.
Yes. How big is it?
Not big.
We'll put a link to the website one in the county.
That would probably be. Okay, and now we have our delegation for the day. And it's introduction of the County of Stettler Rural Fire Chief at 11:45. Is that Ivan? Part two, okay?
I suppose I can introduce him. So we're very pleased to welcome on board Troy Otten as our new county fire chief. Troy has been a firefighter with Stettler Regional for over 10 years now, I believe, starting in Canalda Station and then advancing through the Stettler Station as lieutenant and captain, where he's been there for a few years. He's got a solid background in our community, a solid set of credentials, including the more boring stuff like safety codes that we need. So we're really excited for him to be able to hit the ground running. It was kind of funny as I'm telling Jarrett to set up his users account and stuff, and it's like, oh, he might already have one of these, and he'll have one of those already. So it's nice to have a local guy on board. And I would turn it over to you, Troy, to
Do you want to do introductions of the council first?
probably not a bad idea.
Okay, we will do introductions of council. You've met, staff has all been met. Okay.
Paul McKay, Council for the Denali Red Roll.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover.
Justin Stevens, good morning.
Les Dilbert, Counselor for Bimorandia.
James Snyder, Gershton South Warden Councillor. And the floor is yours now.
Okay, well, as Andrew said, I've been Stettler Regional for since 2013. So started in Denalda. I'm very familiar with I guess the issues in the rural halls kind of thing, and was kind of with them when Denalda was shut down, and then I was responding basically out of Stettler in 2019.
Get him a little closer to his microphone.
Sorry. In 2019, that's, I think we moved to Stettler, get a residence in the town. Well, my kids went to school in Denalda for a period and then finished up in Stettler High School. So, familiar with the community and
Question?
Yeah, I mean, if
If you have questions to us, Troy, or?
today I don't have a lot of questions. I do actually know most of you. I look forward to getting to know more of you a little bit better.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, and we'll be seeing you at our meetings and.
Make sure and look after Ivan for us. I know he's going to be handy full, but
Trouble.
yeah, exactly. That's what we said, but. Oh, that's good. That's awesome. And I do like, Mr. Chairman, I like the effect that homegrown makes a big difference because we can use that at the local expertise is something that's good. Ivan, I appreciate your outside expertise too as well, but I think that makes a great team. So.
Councilor Stevens. I do have a question, not more for staff than Troy. When do we anticipate starting up our advisory committee again?
Yeah, that is maybe a question for Ivan more than, but I want to throw him under the bus very soon. Ivan has worked on a set of policies that we do want to put through the advisory committee and get that going. And then that will lead well into our discussions with the villages and summer villages on what the future of their joint servicing contracts look like. I don't know if you had a more specific date than very soon.
We have bounced around several dates. Unfortunately, most of those dates with the departure of the previous county fire chief fell by the wayside because my time was tied up. Hoping to get it done before fall hits, like September, August, somewhere in July or August to get that first meeting underway.
Okay. Yeah, because I know it will be like we've had a real huge gap in that and to get it back together, it sat on that. So yes, that's looking forward to getting into some good conversations with our other, regarding our halls and regarding our other communities.
So Ivan or Troy, where's the fire advisory right now? Where are we at? I said, was up at the lake and it said very high for fire or not risk.
That fire advisory. It is still a fire advisory. We have left it as is. We haven't heard actually any complaints from the ratepayers that they can't get permits. They can get permits right now. We've left the signs as is, as a preventative measure, as high. As our temperature is soaring in their 30s, we may change that in the next day or two. We'll see what.
Permit today. Oh, right, you guys can shut that down too.
We can still shut that down, sorry, sir. But no, we may revisit that one here today or tomorrow.
Okay. Fair enough.
Depending on, I've looked around, there are municipalities surrounding us and they are all maintaining their advisories. And we haven't seen any problems with any fires getting out of hand, in any ways.
Knock on some wood, there's. Okay, Councilor McKay?
Yeah, I just have one comment, and it's to Troy there. I know you're new to the job, and it's going to take a little time to get your seat warmed up, but I do hope that you do come to the county fire stations just to meet the people and that, because I know at our last fire meeting that we were wondering, the firefighters were wondering if you would show up and introduce yourself and just be part of it so they can do concerns and whatever else.
We have a meeting with the platoon chiefs tonight, right?
Yes.
We're going to Big Valley. Anyway, I know them all fairly well because we've worked on teams together. So it's just a matter of meeting them in this capacity, I guess.
Great. And the notice is Thursday night fire practice, but I'm not expecting you to be out there this Thursday, but in the future, if you'd out just so the firefighters feel at home that they're getting hurt and so on. So.
For sure, yeah. I hope to be out there to help out with training.
Very good. Thank you.
Certainly, that is part of the plan for Troy to be present at the outlying stations on a regular basis.
So if I couldn't, Mr. Chair, make a comment, Troy, I think you knew about it, that it was, I'm going to say, was it a year ago that council made a very concerted effort that we wanted to make sure our fire stations were up and running, especially our county ones. We're very, very concerned about that, and it was a standing order on council. So this council's behind you guys 100%. So the changes that have been made, I'm happy with, and I think council is happy with. We've well known that we're behind you. If you have questions, concerns, bring them to Ed.
And, you know, and sitting at that table when we do get our fire advisory committee back together, yeah, we got to get sleeves rolled up on a lot of different pieces there too. The first one, I don't expect it maybe for the first meeting, but the second meeting, though, we'll be making sure our agenda addresses things to move forward and what we have to do to change this to our whole area. Okay, so with that, do we move to 8.10, which is request for decision, fire guardian appointment, page 44 of our package. And who is that to?
I suppose I can take that one. This is, was well reminded by Ivan. I almost forgot to put it on this agenda. We do need to appoint our new county fire chief as a fire guardian, as that entitles him to a bunch of statutory authority, including the ability to conscript people and equipment for fighting fires, lets him issue fire permits directly, close land, enter land, and he can delegate that authority. So the relevant sections of the Forest Protection Act are quoted there. And we're just looking for a motion to appoint Troy and a motion to rescind the appointment of Dwayne Etier. The appointments are for just one calendar year. So this gets re-upped at the council organizational meeting each year. But because we have a in the middle change, we do need to specifically rescind the previous appointment.
Okay, so do we have to do it first or second?
It can be.
Either order is fine.
We have multiple fire guardians. So.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint Troy Otten as fire guardian for the county of Stettler.
Any questions or concerns?
You want to do them together, or can you do them together? You can do both, can you?
You can. I don't foresee you guys needing this with that.
I will add that we rescind the appointment of Dwayne Etier as fire guardian.
Any concerns? Call the question. All in favor? That would be carried. As said before, welcome, Troy. Okay. Lunch.
Some sort of ribbon or plaque.
Yeah, there should be.
There's stripes on his arm now. I should say more stripes. He already has Stettler stripes.
Let's not shoot off any fireworks or do anything.
Did I get slapped for that?
So, Mr. Chairman, it's time for a recess.
Actually, Michelle wanted to talk to, maybe it is. Is it that right at lunchtime you want to talk to us in the room about the fair? Or is that in here?
It's just scheduling.
It's just scheduling.
Okay, so you want to talk to us in there? Okay. Yeah, so it's recess for lunch. Thank you. We will reconvene at 1:02. The first order of business we'll go to is bylaws, and we have Rich in here, 11.1 bylaw, 1724-24 amendment to the land use bylaw for first reading and public hearing date.
Clerk, the purpose of this bylaw amendment is to rezone a parcel of land from country residence to agricultural. It's in reference to a pending subdivision that was applied for by a landowner. It proposes to take that country residence agricultural parcel and turn it into agricultural so that the entire parcel, once the subdivision is complete, will have the same zoning. The surrounding land is all agricultural. There's only one other parcel out of the quarter section. Subdivision application is in process. And it was a farmstead separation that was subdivided in 2010 by the landowner. And proposed rezoning is to take in the shop building. And you can see on the map there, Andrews. You see the hatched area, that's the area that's proposed to be rezoned. Say back to agricultural, it was rezoned to CRA at the time of subdivision back in 2010, so the applicant is just proposing to put it back to the original zoning that it was.
Will it still be deemed as a subdivision?
It will. It's not creating a new title. It's just adding to like that 10-acre parcel will now be a 13.2 acres total size, but it's not creating a new parcel.
Councilor River?
Yeah, that's in my, down there. I went and looked at it. And I told him, get a hold of Rich or whoever. And he's just putting that Quonset that's there into so that it's all in one thing. And in case they go to retire, then he'd like to have the Quonset to work in. Which only makes sense. Should have been done the first time, but
You're looking for a page?
I'm gonna move it.
Picture we're at is 15.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't go far enough.
Councilor Grover's got a motion on the table to move it. Is there any other questions, concerns?
Is he moving it with the rescinding of the old one?
Is it?
Sorry, Counselor, get closer to your microphone, we didn't hear that.
Sorry. Is he just moving the first reading, or is he impelling that we take out the last rezone part?
What's
There's four recommendations there.
4 recommendations are listed there. The recommendation that staff has is that we move it to second and third reading at the next council meeting and hold the public hearing at that time.
Which one do you want?
first reading then?
One and
I give it first reading.
Or
we could do 1 and 4 together, set the public hearing in the same motion.
I give it first reading.
First reading and then number 4, setting the public hearing. So you give it.
Set the date, August 14th. Maybe gone then, but
thank you.
Also, okay.
I'm good now.
Questions, concerns? Question, all in favor? That'd be great. Thank you, Rich. Bylaw 1725-24, 2024 tax rate for first, second, and possibly third readings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bylaw is to correct an error we found in the original tax rate bylaw. It was $1,000 difference, so we'd like to get the proper one on record. So we're just asking you to pass the amended bylaw.
Councilor Stillberg,
I'll move first reading of the amended bylaw.
any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Councilor Kay,
I'll give it second reading.
questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. Councilor Stillberg,
I'll move that we proceed to third reading.
call the question, all in favor? Councilor Kay,
I'll move the third reading.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
Thank you.
So fast. I did get it.
You did get it? I've got it written down here too. Okay, 11.3, bylaw 1726-24, procedural bylaw for first, second, and third readings, page 66 in the package.
Can I take this one?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. So this is to do with the Rural Crime Committee. So the Rural Crime Committee has had an issue with declining activity, even as early as our last organizational meeting, we were unable to fill one of the positions. We've had a couple more resignations since then, becoming a little challenging to meet quorum. And as well, the committee's work has actually helped develop a better pattern of engagement between the community and law enforcement that we think may be, well, it's quite a nice lasting legacy and may sort of invalidate the need for the Rural Crime Committee in general. So as such, administration's recommendation through this bylaw is to dissolve the committee and repurpose those funds, including the per diems, to continue to support community engagement events with law enforcement, both by inviting them to ours, as we did through the summer series and the Coffee with a Cop program, and assisting them through some of their own initiatives as well.
Councillor Stevens?
I had a lengthy discussion with the chair of this committee, and he was in full support. The communications between the county CPOs and the RCMP detachment has been considerably better ever since Staff Sergeant Holiday was here. And that seems to be continuing with the current sergeant. So that's a huge achievement that has been maintained. The people that are going to this committee, they're active community members. They engage no matter what, whether they're on the community or not. I think going the outreach public engagement route may reach others that aren't so actively involved. So I think there's better value, and there may be an opportunity if we find another crime hotspot, as we had previously, to try and dump those funds towards that particular region, because it does seem to be regional when we do have incidents. So I will move that we dissolve the Rural Crime Committee.
It would be for second and third reading for the
I will
bylaw.
move first reading.
I just would question, we don't need the opportunity for another hotspot. Any questions, concerns on first reading? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Stolberg?
I'll move second reading.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
I'll move third reading, to third
You
reading.
move to third reading, Councillor Iver. Call the question, all in favor?
I'll move to third reading.
Yeah, third reading?
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, and it's good when committees can be formed and when we no longer have a need for them to.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it sounds a little odd, but it's kind of a good news story. The committee made enough of an impact to invalidate itself.
Yes.
It's great.
Okay, reports. We have our Chief Administrator's Officer report, page 78 to 117 of the package. That was a very thorough report. Any questions? Councillor Nyberg?
I'll make a motion that we move that report is received for information.
Question, if there's any further questions on that? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. The financial reports, 12.2.1 accounts payable register, 12.2.2 bank reconciliation, May 31st, 2024, 12.2.3 reserves, May 31st, 2024, and 12.2.4 year-to-date budget, May 31st, 2024, page 118 to 139 of the package. Are there any questions on that? Councillor Silver?
I'll move the package be accepted as for information as presented.
I'll call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, 12.3 counselor fee sheets, page 140 of the package. 146, I believe. Any questions on any of the fee sheets for the month? Counselor Stevens?
The only thing that stood out to me is there seemed to be a discrepancy regarding the convention. It wasn't uniform between, some were 5 full days, some were 3 full, 2 half travels. I wasn't there, so
Yeah, if I may, we did address that when we were looking at them. Though I'm not here to police you. We had some people coming down late Thursday, late Friday, and then we had some coming down early. So we couldn't kind of universally add them up. So we decided it was best left to each individual council.
Mr. Chair, if I could, so for myself, I came late on the, whatever the start date was, and the Sunday afternoon, I'll be honest, it was kind of seemed to be a waste of time for us, so I went home early. I didn't stick around for that. So wasn't what I would call the best FCM.
And I went down late the one day, and I did go to the banquet and stuff on Sunday night and came home the following morning, so.
Did the banquet redeem itself?
No.
That is the poorest meal I've ever seen. And we live in a, what are we known for? No, you're gonna say.
We can't.
Speak that into the mic, Alberta lamb.
A little piece of chicken that if you had to scrunch your hand up. And I thought they were asparagus, but I wasn't quite sure.
So I
Really disappointed for what, if they putting that on, it should be beef or something, and a decent, because that last meal costs a lot.
Well, so just to let everybody know, it's important, the convention people will note. I've been very much involved in other conventions. When you get the chance to give them feedback, I gave them feedback and it wasn't very good, but they need to know as well. They're very poorly run. The sections were too much. You had to go, you literally had to be able to bilocate because you had to be in one part of the building. And then if you wanted to go to this session, you were not taking a casual walkover. You basically had to run over to the other one. It wasn't.
They could take a lesson from Toronto or.
Yeah.
Ottawa.
And I was down to Halifax and it was totally.
You gotta be careful with that. Someone sound biting that clip.
Also too, I do agree 100% with Councilor Grover about the meal, but Alberta and Calgary is known for having pretty good musicians and very good productions. And that was another real disappointment.
Yeah.
And it was loud, screamy music. And I think I'm okay saying that in public now, but it was more of an annoyance than a pleasure to listen to.
Just though, yeah, I've been to two others and they were well run, well organized, and I got some value out of them. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of value in this. I made a couple of contacts, hopefully we could move forward with, but yeah.
And I was very glad that it was very low travel, like we weren't flying. Because it was.
If you'd have went all the way down east on a plane and and got that, probably nobody would go the next.
Mr. Stevens?
Well, if you guys are satisfied with the convention, I will approve the counselor fee sheets as presented.
I'm not satisfied with the pension.
But I think they were all put in according to what time.
Yeah, and I wasn't there, so I had to ask the question.
Okay, on that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Council committee reports. We do list them all now. And under Councilor Grover, we have Counter Stettler Housing Authority, Red Deer River Municipal Users Group.
That's the one at Katy Valley. Yeah. That went to me.
Okay, Stettler Health Services Foundation Hospital Facility Committee, Counselor McKay was Battle River Research, Stettler Waste Management Authority. And that's, we talked about earlier, that we should have an uptick on regional fire department advisory coming up in the early fall. Counselor Nyberg had no committee reports this month. Counselor Stevens had Buffalo Lake Management Team, Stettler District Ambulance Association, Stettler Town and Country Museum. I have a hard time with that name. Counselor Stillberg had Stettler Public Library Board and Stettler District and Family Community Support Services. Does anybody that put reports in have any updates to anything or any key highlights they want to bring out? Or is there any questions on any of the reports? Counselor Stevens?
Just as a rep on the museum board, I would like to express our gratitude to both the high school shop building class and the library for their cooperation and hard work on the mini golf. It seems to have been a hit and a welcome addition. So the high school kids and their shop teacher did a great job.
Mr. Chair, if I could too, also just to note that for Mr. Grover and Mr. Stolberg and myself, we have two representatives and we go back and forth and share. So if either next week or next time around, they don't put a report in for FCSS or for housing, that's the reason, because we go back and forth. Works well.
And you were.
Yep, no, works good.
I'm big, as long as somebody puts in a report, it's good.
If there are no further questions, if I can get someone to move those. Counselor McKay?
Do so.
All in question, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. Consent agenda items. Was there any on these that? It's, yes, CEO Custom.
When I was in the meeting yesterday with the Canada Community Building Funds, I did ask about the agreement between the province and the federal government. We're expecting to see a draft in the next 2 weeks. The follow-up to the letter that they sent us saying they were working on it. So. Confirmation of funding is it will stay the same or increase slightly.
I do have just a question on that 13.2, the future of Stettler P&H elevator. Some of the background information I found very interesting when a individual owns the historic site. And what, I think that the end result of it is very important to our community to still have an elevator standing, but also I think it would be very important to the private industry right across the road, which would be the train station, that materials be there, but on the same sense, I didn't have any idea at all that that's how this was ran. Councilor Grover?
Yeah, I knew that the one party, not to be named, owns it, and then they have a committee, and the committee was trying to, and it got to be quite a shamal. And I don't know what's.
I don't know where it's at or where, it is a historic part of our community and a rural community.
I did get an update from their meeting. I wasn't able to attend, but I was able to review the minutes from the meeting. So they have started a subcommittee to investigate and bring a report back on status of their bylaws, where their minutes are, the financial situation. So it's kind of, I guess, somewhat of a third party of community members that are have a vested interest in seeing it preserved. So hopefully they can get this ironed out. No one wants to see nonprofits have feuds.
Any other things on the consent? Councilor Grover?
Just one thing about the P&H elevator, that they used to grind feed there and everything else. We got one in Big Valley, it's a freestanding elevator, but it's about to buy grain. And they got together and now it's painted, well kept up stuff. Them old buildings, they need a lot of upkeep, but yeah, no, the one guy still owns it, and now they have a society, and I guess it's become a lot of controversy, so hopefully they get it straightened out. I'd like to see it stay there. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we receive for information.
Any other questions before we vote? Call the question, all in favor? Okay, in-camera session, 14.1, oil and gas purchase assets. 14, and that's FOIP section 17, privileged information. Typo, section 27.
Section 27, okay, thank you. And then our legal update would be
Section 27.
section 27 also. And then 14.3 is section 19.
That's right.
So, Councilor McKay?
I'll move into camera.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried.